Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to yet another episode of Grim Dawn walkthrough series done by me, Yuri, also known as Terrorlord. This walkthrough series features a character which is called Purifier, dual-wield, dual-pistol Purifier on weapon pool skills and Fire Strike, with Inquisitor Seal, Word of Renewal, and so on and so on. For those of you who will be wondering how you can access the build, it's pretty simple. Exclamation mark build will going to bring you to the Grim Tools link, where you can look at the endgame version of the build with all of the devotions and stuff, and yada yada yada, like how the gear will going to look like in late game, how the skill distribution should look like in the late game, as well as stat distribution. If you are going to be interested in how you can know like the pattern for devotion level up, it's pretty simple. I've placed a command which is called exclamation mark devotion. It will going to bring you to Create Entertainment Forum, official forum where I found this build. There in discussion section, the creator of this build had posted a message there which explains how the devotion should be like leveled up like one after another, so that you wouldn't get a clear picture on how to get to the certain devotions and from where to start and where to finish. When it comes to the stream itself, today we continue on from where we left off. The issue with teleporting is not fixed yet. There was no patch. What I mean by that is basically if you're gonna try to TP to some locations, you will be stuck in an endless loading screen. People have posted a solution, a kind of a solution there. Well, basically enable VSync and you might fix this issue. It might fix this issue. Now, granted, I've tried it. Yeah, it worked, but I do not know if it will gonna work consistently. So it's kind of a bummer. But luckily, when we were playing in the first DLC, we didn't actually face this kind of an issue. It was only like in the main campaign. We will going to check if we can do those side quests to go into those couple of dungeons that are locked behind the skeleton key, and if we will be able to do them, this would be nice. Because I want to finish that quest line completely, so that I would not have to bother with it anymore. If not, we will just going to progress with the DLC. Hopefully there we will not gonna run into that kind of a game bug. It's unfortunate, but it's a global thing that should be fixed. Should be. When? Do not know, but for now it isn't fixed. Okay, when it comes to the stream itself, relax, enjoy yourself, enjoy the commentary. If you have questions, ask them. I will try to do my best to answer them. I might not be able to satisfy you like perfectly, because I'm not that kind of good when it comes to mechanics and stuff, and terminology, but I'll do my best to at least try. That's what I wanted to say. Without any kind of further ado, let's jump into the fray of battle, so to speak. Let's TP to the place where we need to go to do that side quest and continue on from there. By the way, off stream I have crafted this. Like before I started the stream, I crafted this. So for level 70, I will have a new relic. On the previous stream, I have managed to get myself those gloves, they will going to overcap my poison and acid resistances, which is nice because in the first DLC there are lots of enemies who are shooting you with poison as well as ether, and those are the things that I'm lacking. Well, this also, but they are not hitting me with that as much as they do with poison and with ether. So let me free the inventory, and we will going to TP to the location where we need to be. I also got this when I was like running and crafting this stuff. It's kind of for me, but at the same time not for me, because it has chaos damage in there. So not the greatest. Not the greatest, but not the worst. And as well, I off stream I redistributed my skill points a bit. I've taken out a couple of points from the Inquisitor seal, a couple of points from that flame-touched aura, and I basically maxed out the mastery bar for Demolitionist and got myself the Brimstone. I will going to show you how the build performs with that particular thing. Took me a while to craft that relic, just because it takes quite a while to like craft that stuff. Okay, so we need to go here. Currently I have V-Sync available, so maybe it really is the solution, though it's weird. The thing is that, what is this bug stuff about? So basically, some locations will not going to load properly, that's why you will be stuck into an endless loading screen. Some quests are not functional, which is another bummer. Luckily, we haven't encountered that issue, but it doesn't mean that it isn't there, so just for you to know. I will going to max out the Brimstone, just simply because it's that good. It's that good. It's every time you shoot, you will create. Currently, it's like 5 to 6 fragments, but there will be more. By the way, endgame version, I've double-checked. Endgame version of this build, stat distribution, is basically put everything into... you put everything into physique. So it's that simple. Currently, my stat distribution is different because I've placed points differently to be able to equip certain items. Later on, I of course going to place them like they should be. And yeah, the closer you are, the more damage you're going to do. Which is fairly important with this particular build. Though you are playing a ranged character, but that doesn't mean that you will be at the disadvantage when the enemies will gonna come near you. As weird as it sounds, it is like that. I guess we can imagine that we have an imaginary, like, double-barrel shotgun or a shotgun that has advantage when you shoot from up close. So currently I'm going to the Bastion of Chaos. Not the hardest dungeon by any means, but most definitely have to pay a little bit more attention to traps that are being spawned in this place. Those traps are doing decent damage. Not all of them, but some version of them. So basically you have those ones that do like this. You have those ones that do like this shotgun effect. And I believe there is another one that shoots like lightning and stuff. Yeah, I'm definitely proud that I went and got myself this skill. The damage skyrocketed. And you have to understand that, yeah, the damage went up, but I did it with the sacrifice of some of my defensive capabilities. Taken out from the Inquisitor seal. But I can do this simply because, well, I'm playing on on a softcore walkthrough, and I can allow myself to be able to do this kind of stuff. Normally, when you play hardcore, you go for safety first. On level 70, my offensive, defensive ability is going to raise as well. Simply put, we are still far from the peak of performance of this build. And we will also going to get Revenant Constellation, which is a lifesteal one, more survivability. In form of life stealing from the opponents. When it comes to the main, what's going to be the goal for today's stream? The goal for today's stream, I guess, is going to be about trying to progress as much as possible in the first DLC. I guess we can try to get to Malmouth today. We can try, but I don't know if we will be able to, considering the fact that I will be clearing locations thoroughly.
That skill's not ready.
For the most part, what can you expect from Bastion of Chaos? Lots of traps, like this, like this. They, I believe, shoot with Chaos or Vitality damage, so make sure that you have proper resistances for this place. And proper resistances in this place are resistances to Vitality, resistances to Chaos, maybe some bleeding, though let me see. Vitality, Chaos, Life Leech. I guess the Chaos is prevalent here, yeah. So the Chaos stuff should be maxed out. Mine is overcapped, so it's great. Or Vitality as well, so I'm not gonna receive like tons of damage from this stuff. But if you will not going to have such things, you will going to struggle a bit. I just completely destroyed those couple of elite enemies. What I will going to lose by equipping those gloves, I will gonna lose 10% attack speed, which is not nice at all, I would say, but overall, stat-wise, it's going to be way better than mine. And I'm more than willing to trade off one thing for another. So you will have 4 kinds of traps here. You'll have the shotgun stuff, the lightning stuff, the flame wave, the wave stuff, and something that's just hits instantly all around it. So 4 kinds of traps, but if you have enough resistances to chaos, it shouldn't cause you any kind of problem. Remember the fact that I am playing a squishy character right now, so if you are playing some kind of a tank, you'll have even better time dealing with those traps. I mean, the damage from them. They will not. They should not pose a threat to you, like, at all. Granted, it doesn't mean that you should ditch the safety and be reckless. All that time I was shooting the keys copies.
That skill's not ready.
Oh, actually another kind of trap, which casts meteor, so there are like six versions of traps in this dungeon. So do be careful. I believe meteors will do fire damage, but my fire resistance is also overcapped. So I'm not going to suffer from them as well. It's really good in this game to have like defensive layers in form of your defensive ability, resistances, as well as damage absorption, HP. Don't think that by just stacking one thing, however, you're going to protect yourself from everything. It doesn't work in this game like this, especially like later on, in later difficulties. You pretty much have to stack multiple layers of defense if you want to survive. Because stacking just one thing is not enough. And in case if you do not know like what you are being hit with, what kind of damage you're being hit with, the game will not going to tell you about this. Modification that I'm using, and pretty much like 90% of the player base of this game is using, his Grim internals, which is awesome stuff that will going to let you auto pick up loot. It will going to allow you to see with what kind of damage you're being hit with. It will also going to show highlight enemies' HP bars, so that you, if a lot of locations in this game are like on the dark side, especially in the main game, so for you to not guess if there are enemies there or not, this modification will allow you to see them. Unfortunately, the game will going to highlight HP bar of your enemies only and only when you are attacking them. So this, what you see here, is all like modification. Just all the stuff comes from one modification, which is called Grim Internals. Surprisingly enough, my inventory is full. God damn it. Okay, I'm going to remove auto pickup green items, and from that point on I will going to check them like by myself. Yeah, and unfortunately it's one of those vendors to whom you cannot sell stuff. I didn't actually thought that my inventory would be full so fast. And do understand that you cannot TP from here to sell stuff, so if your inventory is going to be full, it will going to be full until you finish the dungeon or die and be able to go back and sell stuff. How did my inventory get full so fast? Okay, the blue item I will going to pick up. Yeah, but they're worse than my legendary ones. Wow. And so many loot. So many loot. So much, I mean. I need to free inventory space. I'm desperate in this situation that I got myself into. Okay, do I have a shield that I can throw away? I think I have. Fire Chaos. Lightning Elemental Electrocute, no. No. Amulet, yeah, sure, we're gonna grab this. No. Range two-handed. Mental Burn. Execute. Okay, I'm gonna grab it, but I do not think that I will use it though. Inventory is not endless, so And we still have, I believe, one more layer to clear. Elemental. Ah, so bad. I can't imagine what's going to happen to the inventory once I get to Valbury. Port Valbury. Again, gonna get yoinked by the amount of loot. There's just too much loot. Granted, I can't just disable auto pickup of green items and disable them like completely so that I would not see them on the screen. So, is it needed? Nah, I don't think so. The guns that I collect, for the most part, are kinda bad. As you can see, definitely grabbing that shotgun ability was an amazing decision from my part.
Can't do that yet.
I will definitely going to have a rough time in Port Valbury due to the fact that I won't have as much resistances as I have for Ether as I have for Chaos and Vitality, which are the damage types that enemies here are throwing at you. I will still be able to beat it. I'm more than confident in the capabilities of this build being capable of clearing that particular dungeon. Despite the fact that I'm not fond of it, it doesn't mean that I'm going to just completely ignore it. Nope. I'm gonna still go there, still clear it.
That skill's not ready.
Having the auto pickup function is good enough, but it does seem like they either increased the amount of loot that is being dropped from the enemies, because definitely when I played
Can't do that yet.
Like even before the monster totems appeared. I was capable of passing through this dungeon and still not having like full inventory of items. This time around, I am not capable of doing that. I also believe that there is no death trap room. Usually those dungeons will have it. This one, I guess, will not. If I'm remembering correctly, I might be wrong, but I don't think that I am.
That skill's not ready.
I also do not believe that in this dungeon there will be devotion shrine, so no extra points, no nothing. Okay, this boss I wouldn't advise as a ranged character for you to stay and tank him. I might be wrong, but I do not want to check. He cuts your resistances by a whole lot. Yeah, with this stuff, you see like 4 debuffs just from that kind of stuff. Plus, he cuts my attack speed. So definitely I will going to have a little bit like rough time against him. He also casts those fire hurricanes. Do not stand in them, do not tank them. There is lots of fire. Thank God I have like resistances against the fire stuff. See, here I'm just like kind of showing you how to fight a boss from a distance. I was stunned there. If I wouldn't had like overcapped resistances, that would definitely be a problem. But all well that ends well, and basically it was the main bad guy of this dungeon. Nothing super exceptional, nothing of high skill performances was shown here, but just your average stuff that you normally get to see quite often. So I want to collect those blue items and just check those green ones. Nope. Everything is bad. I'm pretty sure those blue items are also bad. But I'm done with this place. Now sell the stuff, give back the quest to the quest item to the quest giver, and go into another dungeon. Truth be honest, this dungeon is on an easy side. Granted, it is easier if you have like resistances. Proper resistances, at least on the first and second difficulty, means that you will not going to be in a situation where you are like being blown up by random stuff. On the higher difficulties, I guess the same rule applies, and overall you should definitely pay much closer attention to your survivability aspect. It may sound like not really important because softcore and stuff, but it still is. I can't really find a good belt. Yeah. Basically nothing from that dungeon when it comes to items that I would like to change. Absolutely nothing. So much loot, yet so little point. By the way, wanted to say something. Those items like Ancient Heart, Lot of Catan, as well as Catanic Seals of Binding, basically those kind of items, farm them. Because a lot of those items are needed for crafting. A lot of them. Like, you'd be shocked to see how much of them you would need for crafting purposes, so for that particular relic, those Blood of Catan, it was like, I believe, like 6 or 7 that I wasted, and they are quite rare when it comes to like farming them. And now she gives you a quest to go to Port Velbury, my most beloved dungeon. Actually, do you have something for fire? She does. Fire burn, fire resistance. But mine are fire physical offensive ability. I think mine are better, and I definitely do not need more fire resistance. No, sir. What about elemental? Doesn't have elemental stuff. Ooh, and those fire, cold, ether resist, cold, lightning resist. Well, not necessary. I wouldn't say like necessarily good stuff. Fire burn. Yeah, but mine are still better. With that +4. This is good. Casting speed. No, this is not that good. This is good. Though my going to give. God damn. Nope. I was thinking that it would be good. Nope. I need to craft myself a skeleton key. I will need one to open the dungeon that we are about to clear. First we need to get there, and then we need to open the door. Yeah, and I believe you needed the blood for those skeleton keys as well. So definitely farm them, but farm them, what I meant by farming is that you should be farming them not like on your first difficulty or anything like that. It should be done when you are going to reach third difficulty. Yeah, then start farming them. Start farming them while you are farming like other stuff. Oh, and I completely forgot to use the auto pickup. I wonder how fast my inventory is going to get full. Probably like ridiculously fast. I want to go and clear the monster totem first. It's a small one, so... Well, not the small one. A lot of elites. Nice. Another recipe. Recipe for crafting is... an interesting stuff that you can find. Some items that you can craft are more than decent. Enemy levels here are like below average. This is... Oh. 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 Well, I'm definitely changing my green one. Yeah. I gotta get rid of the physical damage is converted to elemental. Simply put it this way, I already have a conversion into fire to physical, and I don't think that having like conversion fire to physical and having conversion not fire to physical but physical to fire and having conversion physical to elemental is a good thing. It just doesn't sound properly. To me, because how does it work? Your physical damage cannot be really converted into two things simultaneously. Those ether clouds will do a massive amount of damage to you. They are basically the same as standing in ether ground. So I advise you against standing in them. If you don't want to get killed, do not stand there. So we are still not in the main dungeon. Basically, main dungeon is going to be is the dungeon that gets opened with a skeleton key. From this place you can teleport, from this place you can do all kinds of stuff, but once you get to the dungeon where you use the skeleton key, this is the place where you
Can't do that yet.
are kind of locked until you clear it. So what's going to be like the damage types you're gonna get hit here? Primarily it's Ether and Pierce, because there are a lot of snipers. Those enemies with rifles. I like to call them like snipers. So here, try to prioritize Ether and resistance to Pierce, as well as keeping your other resistances at a high rate as well. And yeah, dodge the clouds. Do not put yourself into unneeded danger when it comes to positioning.
Can't do that yet.
It's especially useful if you are, let's say for example, you are going to be lacking some of those resistances that I mentioned. Then you'd have to rely on tactical maneuvering. There are two versions of those snipers. There are one that will going to hit you with fire and pierce, and the others will going to hit you with the other ones are going to hit you with ether and pierce. So I guess fire is also a necessity. Fire resistance. Yeah, definitely, fire is also... fire resistance also should be a thing. They throw at you those cocktails, fire cocktails. Those cut your, I believe resistance is an offensive ability. There are going to be like mages here as well that will cast shields. Yeah, a lot of enemies. Is the place where you will have to fight against hordes of enemies. And once we're going to finish with this quest, we will going to go straight into, like, continue on with our DLC walkthrough, the first DLC.
That skill's not ready. That skill's not ready.
Yeah, despite me having so much offense, those ethereal colossus, not ethereal colossus, but abominations, or how are they called? Basically the enemy that I just killed near that pillar. They will going to still be probably one of the most tankiest. You may think that archmages are tanky, since I sometimes can do damage to them, but it's not that they are tanky, it's a simple fact that they are casting full immunity shield to themselves. And that's why you might think that they are tanky. And in reality, once the shield is down, they are getting blown up. I remember when I was playing Primal Strike Shaman, I died in Port Valkyrie because there were a lot of snipers shooting from afar, and they just completely obliterated me before I even could have get myself closer to them to attack.
Can't carry anymore.
Amazing, I can't carry anymore.
My inventory is full.
Oh, this is a good sign. No, it's not. Just the amount of those green items is absurdly high. I really hate those ether clouds, and just this location, like, we are still not in the main dungeon, yet I still kinda hate this place. Those are the enemies I was talking about, Ethereal Abomination. They take the most time to kill, but that doesn't mean that they are not gonna do damage to you. Hulks can also be a pain. No. Hold up a second. Why? I can't TP from here.
My inventory is
Then let's TP and sell stuff.
See anything you like?
Physical vitality, internal trauma. Nah, I don't want to keep it. It looks good, but not for me. I want to keep the stuff that is going to be related to the kind of characters that I would have wanted to play. And I don't want to play anything Nightblade related on auto attacks related. It's not that the class is bad, it's just that I'm not interested. And that's just how it is. That gun I am going to keep. Because it's awesome. It's not too often that you will get some good guns with the damage that you would need. Actually, that gun has chaos in there as well, but it's still great. Because it also has attack speed. Fire, lightning... Not that great. Okay, so I have a gun that I want to change. To change it, let's look. Black steel powder is needed, and that's pretty much it. Black steel powder, that's in Homestead. Ether crystals, keep them, you would need them. You would need them for crafting, you would need them for creating that temporary 50% damage absorption. Another one of those items that is... like, you use it as a safety...
Come see what's left of my wares.
As a safe tool.
Put it to good use.
Okay, and now I need to TP back there again. And to change guns. So what am I going to be changing? By the looks of it, the gun to the right is not bad. Because it has elemental, because it has fire. The gun to the left has attack speed. I want to change the green one. I haven't changed it in quite some time. Yeah, so now I have two blue guns. Took me a while to get 2 blue weapons. The next step is going to be like get 2 legendary weapons. That should also be like with the good stats and overall just great. Yeah, as you see, like, as soon as your attack speed goes up, you are starting to shoot, like, crazy. This is the exact thing that we want. We want to proc our weapon pool skills as fast as possible. Well, like, as much as possible. They have... Remember this fact, that they have only... At max rank, they will going to have only 22% chance to be used. The bill says that I do not need to max this and this, so I'll leave them like they should be. But idea is simple. They are not like 100%, they are not 50%, maximum 22%, so to attack with them more often, considering the fact that they have low chance of proccing, you have to get more attack speed. Attack speed is the key to success here. But complementing this is a demolitionist ability called Fire Strike. I just shredded this thing. Wow. By the way, that's supposed to be the mini-boss that is before spawning before you enter the dungeon. And he just got completely vaporized. The most unfortunate thing is that we didn't get level 70 before we got to this dungeon. But it's fine. We'll get level 70 when we will enter there. But before we enter, I am going to TP back into the town, sell the stuff so that my inventory would be completely empty. Because I don't want to run out of space. I'm pretty sure that I will going to run out of space like halfway through the dungeon. I can guarantee you that.
See you around.
I'm gonna place those two items in my stash so that I would have even more free space. I guess this as well. But I will still gonna get scrapped there, so whatever. So my ether resistance is still not capped, but it doesn't really matter. Doesn't matter. Once we hit level 70, I immediately will going to change my gloves, and I will going to change my relic, because this relic is going to be much more powerful and with a higher chance of creating that ability, like 5% higher. And so my most hated dungeon in this game starts. It will gonna take a while for me to clear it. There will be a lot of enemies to shoot. Oh great, their level is below mine, so I'm not gonna get a lot of experience. And that's considering I also have the XP potion available. Because without XP potion, you would receive like even less.
That skill's not ready.
Do be aware that Elementalists or Archmages, basically those enemies that cast shields, they will be able to cast it not only on themselves, but on other enemies as well. So you can get in those kinds of situations where you would start hitting a pack of enemies, but they will be protected by shields. Some of them. Luckily enough, I have decent AoE capabilities, so for me to clear packs of monsters is not a problem. Plus my character is also range, so I can cut them down from afar. And whatever comes near gets to receive twice as much damage. So this is the beginning of the Port Valkyrie. Once again, I will going to say, remember that here you need Pierce resist, Fire resist, Ether resist, and do not neglect other resists as well, but focus more for that particular dungeon on those resistances. Do not stay on the Ether ground, do not stay near the Ether clouds. They do massive amounts of damage, and you're not gonna like to die here just because of those things happening.
That skill's not ready.
And I guess for us also, crowd control is terrifying because we are not a vitality caster. We cannot just throw stuff at
That skill's not ready.
enemies and just heal from it. So that thing, as good as it sounds, our class is not capable of doing that. Use your Inquisitor seal before you initiate combat. You want to have protection. The plus side of the character that I'm currently using, he's range, and he does insane amounts of damage. As far as I can see, like,
That skill's not ready.
that's some brutally unfair against enemies, and they are not liking it at all. Probably not the absolute like best when it comes to damage dealing, but definitely something that exceeds those characters that I have played in the past. I'm basically able to completely obliterate enemies. Yeah, and stand in the ether. Yeah, because I didn't pay attention to where am I standing at.
Stubborn human, you've already lost.
Oh, the mini-boss. The Urget creature Come on, I wanna... The dead room in this dungeon, once we'll get there, I will going to like explain how mechanically that trap room works and why you should be extra careful about it. This is one of dead trap rooms, but it's not it's nowhere near on the scale of like what we are about to face later on. By the way, shockingly, why there was only like 4 white enemies spawning? Those who are supposed to guard the chest. Like, huh? Why? Usually they are spawning like several waves. Elites, but guess not today. Okay.
Can't do that yet.
Almost level 70. As you can see, it's like one. Every shot that I am going to fire will going to have its AoE effect. So every time that I shoot an AoE. This is exact like reason why I wanted to get the shotgun effect from Demolitionist. Because it basically means that I can spam AoE all day, every day. In case if you who are watching are going to be interested in what the endgame version of the build that I am currently aiming at looks like, how you should level up devotions, by that I mean the path that you should stick to when it comes to devotion leveling. It's pretty simple. Exclamation mark build will going to bring you to the Grim Tools page where you can see items that will going to be present on this build when it will reach its maximum level, as well as like skill setups, stat points distribution and devotion. But if you are interested also in how the build is performing and how those devotions should be leveled up, like what comes after what, because a lot of new players will going to face with this problem when they will going to see the devotions, but how do you get to them is going to be a little bit hard for them to comprehend. And for that purpose, by typing the exclamation mark devotion, you will going to be brought into the Create Entertainment forum, and there I founded this build. And in the comment section, the creator of this build explains how those devotions should be leveled. I've promised that I will going to put this command in there for newbies to have easy time of copying this build if they will wish to play it. And I did it. It's convenient. and definitely helpful for those of you who are willing to give this build a shot. And in my personal opinion, you should try to play it. It's fun. If anything, it's super fun, easy to use, but still some micromanagement when it comes to like kiting several bosses, at least while leveling. I do not know how it will going to be once I'm going to hit the late game, but at least for leveling purposes, some kiting skills are, if not a must, they are most definitely going to be useful to you, and just in general, they are going to be useful.
My inventory is full. Can't carry anymore.
I need to get rid of those, like, rare item pickups.
Can't carry anymore.
Yeah, I know that you cannot carry anymore. Sadly, there's just way too many stuff that drops here, so unfortunately. I'm still not level that I want to be, but we will going to start that trap room here. Okay, so you see this green stuff? Looks like geysers. Those are ether geysers. So when the combat is going to start, not only the enemies are going to pop up, those geysers are going to be like randomly active, starts to be active. And they will do massive amounts of ether damage. So the point is that you should fight against enemies in such fashion so that you would not end up yourself in one of those geysers, because you basically are going to die or lose insane amount of HP. Enemies here will also going to consist of those hulks. They will charge, they will stun you, they will do good damage. So, enemy variety is going to be present here. You're going to receive some great amount of damage. The key here is you can use those resistances potions to, if you are not feeling comfortable enough to tackle it, or you can use the crystal that will going to this one, Ether Cluster. For 8 seconds duration, it will going to grant you 100% skill disruption, protection, and 75% damage absorption. So, if you are going to find yourself in a situation where you think you are going to die, you basically going to put this crystal in like one of those stuff. And in case something bad happens, you use it for your safety. I'll try to do it without the crystal, and I will see how it's going to go. Unfortunately, I cannot see like those where the geysers are. Yep, I did it. So a lot of this comes to the fact that I have quite good gear for this particular place. I also am over-leveling enemies significantly due to the fact that I am utilizing like XP potions, and I came here after I already finished the main campaign. But as you saw, like, there is no point in standing in those. Like, do not stand in those stuff. They will going to kill you fast, like really fast. You're going to lose lots of HP. It's not on the same scale as like Gargabol, who we fought in the DLC dungeon. But it doesn't matter. You still should avoid this stuff or utilize that crystal. But still, even if you utilize the crystal, try to get away from those unwanted to be places. It's just a safety measurement that can save you lots of time. Sad is the fact that I will going to lose like 10% of my attack speed, so I will not gonna be able to shoot as fast as I do now. This will going to bring you to the second part and pretty much the final part of this dungeon. But we are not going there yet.
That skill's not ready.
Not all of the green items are going to be that kind of useful, but some of the green items can easily exceed even some legendary or some blue items. Like, pretty easy. They specifically also added this fact that some of the green items will going to have like insane amount of stats on them, especially like defensive stats such as resistances and all the kind of good things that you would like to have in order to be able to protect yourself. Okay, 12 out of 12. From 5 to 7 fragments will going to be fired at your enemies with every single shot that you do. Now, I don't remember if the build suggested to go overcap with them. Because, again, when I am looking at the build, not copying it, like I'm not, while leveling, I won't gonna be copying like exact skill distribution. That's a subject to change for each and every single one of you. There is no, like, at least when I was looking at the build, there is no the author did not place this stuff, like how you should level all of the skills, like what comes after what. So it's definitely a subject to change. So I guess level it up like you feel, and then when you will get to the end result, you just do some switches here and there, and it's going to be enough. to get to that endgame picture. Okay, so I switched to the level 70 relic and I changed my gloves. Lost 10% attack speed, but I got some good resistances that I want.
That skill's not ready.
Now the damage is going to skyrocket a bit due to the fact that relic gives good amount of stats. Is this meteor? Oh, it's me who cast this meteor. This is how it looks like. Okay. Yeah, picking up those green items slows me down significantly, like checking them whether they are good or not. And most of them aren't. Despite the fact that I'm tanking, despite the fact that I have... By the way, he glitched. Poor thing stuck in textures.
That skill's not ready.
I still had to reposition myself. Simply put it this way, I was standing in so much of that area of effect stuff that I had to just move. Yeah, it's ridiculous. I have to stop like every single time to check what kind of item has dropped. Is it good? Is it bad? Because my inventory got full halfway through the dungeon. Look at this. Look at how many green stuff drops.
Can't do that yet.
Unfortunately, cannot sell this right now. I guess I'll stick to just collecting the blue ones. Otherwise, I'm going to get stuck here forever. Okay, let's clear to the left, then progress in the other direction. Thank you for the following, Fane Brain. I appreciate your interest, I appreciate your support. Welcome to the stream. Have a nice time watching it. Yeah, as soon as those Archimages will going to cast the shield, unless you have something to dispel it, which I do not have, you just have to give it time for it to decay, simply. And once it will going to go away, you will one-shot them. Because they are quite squishy. Normally, I wouldn't just stand in front of this, like, mini-boss enemy or, like, elite enemy. Especially considering the fact that I do not have overcap ether resistances. But luckily, it worked out. I know that I can't carry anymore. And now I can. So that was a quest NPC that we... like, not quest NPC, but quest boss that we needed to kill to finish Anasteria's quest line. Oh, the only thing that's left here are the chests. Every enemy that there was already died. I completely forgot to clear those. I would have appreciated if they added like level scaling, you know, so that those enemies right now would be something around level 70. This in return would mean that I would receive more experience, as well as the enemies would be more threatening when it comes to doing damage, being a little bit more tanky, and being like killing them would be more useful. Hello to you too. I'm doing great. As far as when it comes to like glitches, they didn't fix it. But the simple stuff with changing the enabling VSync allowed me to not get stuck in those never-ending loading screens, like we had this stuff often yesterday. The issue is still not fixed by the developer. I guess today or tomorrow maybe they will going to fix it. But for now, in case you're going to be stuck in those loading screens, enable VSync will going to allow you to bypass this problem. It's a weird solution that was provided by provided on the official forum, but it works. I don't know if it works in like for every single situation where that's teleport glitch or not. Basically, maps are not loading, and yeah, I've completed the quest. I'm just going to go and finish the dungeon itself to get the reward. It will going to take me way too much time on looking at those green items, so I'm just gonna bypass them. I may like miss something good, but come on. It's just way too many of them. I don't know if did they raise the amount of items that are being dropped by enemies, because it feels like no, Bastion of Chaos was actually very easy, and even more easier than here. Simply put it, I'm going to show you. I'm going to show you why it was not that problematic to beat Bastion of Chaos. First of all, it has to do with the fact that there is no such thing as level scaling in dungeons, so enemies were something like 8 levels or more lower than me. Pretty much same like here.
My inventory is full.
Same like we have the same situation here, where the enemies are nowhere near to my level. But another point is, and I was kind of explaining this to the viewers, take a look at the like resistance stuff. So Bastion of Chaos main damage types that there were present were basically vitality damage as well as chaos damage, and since I had overcap resist on both, pretty much nothing there was doing damage to me at all. And the same like goes for those traps, basically the traps that you should be trying to avoid in case you have like good resistances. They will not going to do any kind of like significant damage to you, and thus you'll be safer, I should say. Yeah, depending on the difficulty, yes, but I was thinking about, well, if I get here like level 69, 70, it would be a bit nice to have enemies also be on the same level with me. Granted, I should also... Wow, they all have shields. And they have shields, I cannot hit them like I should be. Because of the XP potions, I am way ahead of the level threshold that you normally would be right now, should you play without them. But I'm willing to take that, considering the fact that I'd rather do the leveling faster than and be able to access item skills way faster than without them. Okay, so this was the end boss of this dungeon. For those of you who are wondering, it was the end boss, so we're going to collect loot, and we are done with this dungeon, and we pretty much are almost done with the campaign, with the main campaign. We still have stuff to finish here, and it is related to the Black Legion. And their final quest. But for the most part, we are done. We are done with this particular place. It was a bit tougher than comparing to Bastion of Chaos, but it is still not impossible to beat. You just have to play carefully, as well as try to keep your resistances for particular dungeons at particular level. Then you will be way safer. And in case you are having troubles with surviving some deadly attack or something like that, as again I explained, there are those crystals that give you 75% damage negation, so use them in situations when you feel like you're not gonna make it, and do not be afraid of using your defense skills, such as like my Inquisitor seal. I was using this skill quite often. Okay. So utilize them. Utilize them. Do not be afraid of utilizing them. Yeah, by the way, I have to go and apply, basically first sell the stuff that I have, free the inventory. I wanted to apply those level 70 powders on all of my gear. On all of the gear that I have.
Do that yet.
So, to the Devil's Crossing, sell all unneeded items. Maybe I found something good. Let's see. Maybe the dungeon gave me something good. Fire elemental burn. See, that's what I was talking about. Look at the amount of stats it actually gives. Yeah, we're going to lose 2 to Explosive Strike, but look at how many resistances this stuff gives, as well as Fire Burn Elemental. That's 3 stats that I need for this character archetype. Simply amazing. Olzuin's flame? You mean Kaimon's Chosen? I will going to run there and see what they have. Most definitely. There is a faction that's Olzuin's Chosen. And who are they? I get it. Okay, I get it. I was thinking it's some kind of a faction. Okay, let's look at this. Fire, burn, acid poison. Acid poison is bad. Offensive ability is good. Chaos resistance. Elemental resistance and slow resistance. So with this I will be way above like chaos resistance overcap. I will lose some lightning resist. Poison and acid is going to drop. Am I really willing to grab these? It gives like profile stuff. But I'm losing the poison and acid stuff. I'm gonna think about it. Lightning Eater, not interesting. Same. Physical Eater, eh. Fire, burn. Physique Cunning. Yeah. The armor stat is good, but the stat wise, that thing that I have there is better. Like overall stat wise. Basically what I am searching on gear is fire, elemental, attack speed, offensive, defensive ability, resistances, but primary damage types are fire and elemental to satisfy my class, because my class is using elemental and fire attacks. Vitality damage, fire lightning. Fire elemental burn. But it has bad other stats, like resistances. Physical Eater, nope. No thank you. No thank you. Okay, so the candidates that I have here are as follows. So we have this belt, which isn't bad. It gives some good stats. The only thing that I am afraid of is it will going to heavily overcap chaos resistance, but will going to drop my poison and acid resistances to, I believe, yeah, to something like 2% above cap. So I might consider equipping it. And my pierce resistance is going to drop. Okay. What about this? This is definitely good stuff. It has three type of the damages I need. Vitality conversion to elemental is not the great thing. Actually, it's bad stuff because I am not doing any kind of vitality damage. Physique, offensive, defensive ability, great. Casting speed, I don't need. Energy regeneration, same goes to waste. Fire, cold, vitality, bleeding, fire, retaliation. Basically, resistances are great. Resistances are amazing, and definitely beats this thing. So I am going to change both of those things. Vitality, chaos resistance, damage to undead. I can replace this component for anti-venom to go over cap. I can probably also put Silk Swatch in there for more pierce and bleed resist, which I probably will going to do. Though I will get cap with this item. Yep. So for now, let's keep it like this. So let's take a look at this. Elemental are currently over cap, though lightning dropped a bit. Poison is still a bit over cap. Piercing, not. Decent. Decent. This relic I am going to place in the stash in case for some crafting purposes, so that I would not need to worry about crafting. Come on, I didn't want to do that. I wanted to put them here. So 1 point into physique. When it comes to devotions, I still do not have any points, any spare points. But okay, with them I still not revered, so no quest for me there. Okay, fine. Those will be here for now. Now where should we go? Let's check Caiman's Chosen. Maybe they have something. Stuff that I'm looking to put on my armor. I still have to check like what is available.
See anything you like?
Vitality, chaos, lightning, fire. That's not good. Fire, electrocute, defensive, fire burn. I can change the helm. This will going to drop my elemental resistances, but my pierce is going to be then maxed out. Nice. And so my resistances will going to go down. I would lose some lightning resistance, but I can utilize this thing to increase it. Okay, I will going to do this. Right. Right? Oh, I can buy those things. The blueprints, which for some reason are not leveled up yet. Okay, so here I bought this. Let's buy... How much will I going to lose? How much does it has? 24. Guess 1 or 2 will be enough.
See anything you like? See you around. Come see what's left of my
Let's now go and check other factions.
See anything you like?
Poison and acid. I mean, Pierce and Coal. Pierce will going to go over cap. Okay, how much items can I? It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6. So 2 already out of commission. I guess I will grab 1 poison. Yes. This is good. Do they have fire? Elemental? And they have... Nope. Nope.
See you around.
Okay, from them I took what I needed. Now let's go to Homestead. See whether or not they have something interesting there.
I'll give you a good price on what I've got left.
Oh, with them I cannot even buy anything. But they have Chaos Eater, Pierce, Poison, and Acid. Well, I still do not have reputation with them. How about here?
I'll give you a good price on what I've got left.
Fire and lightning. I do not need fire. Pierce and fire. I do not need that.
See you around.
Strange enough, they...
Price on what I've got left.
Nope. Strange enough, there is nothing for me to grab here. Okay, then... Then what? So we've checked pretty much every faction outside of the swamp, but on the swamp I still do not have enough reputation with them to buy anything, so... What will I buy? For the rest, like 3 items.
See anything you like?
Fierce and cold. Okay, let's go 2-2, and the rest would be fine.
Put it to good use. Come see what's left of my wares.
Guess I'll buy one of these. And one more I will buy from Hyman's Chosen. And I have to, like... And I guess it's going to be enough for those powders. Vitality Chaos. Okay, fine. I'll do this. Fine, fine. There is nothing for me to look for here. Going to Devil's Crossing, gonna change the helmet, and going to do a little intermission here.
Goodbye for now.
Okay, this one has as well, and this, so now with those. And nothing is in belt. Okay, let's leave it at that. Like, I already have teleported way too much. So let's do a little intermission here. So hello and welcome everyone who has been watching me from the beginning or any point in time of the stream. My name is Yuri, also known as Starlord. And much like my brother did with his playthroughs for Grim Dawn, I have decided to also do a playthrough of my own of this game. From start to finish, covering pretty much all of the content. Crucible as well as Shattered Realms are going to be covered within this playthrough. So for those of you who will be wondering what I will going to do, like will I going to tackle the endgame? Yes, I will. This build, as far as the maker of this build has told, he is capable of clearing endgame stuff as well. So I have not created this build. I just went into the internet. I picked the build that is somehow related to dual pistol class archetype. I picked it, copied it, and now I am playing with it. So I do not have experience or enough experience to create builds of my own. So do not mess up and to create some kind of an abomination, homunculus or something. I have decided to just stick with stuff that was already created to beat the game, because even though I played this game a lot before, most of my playthroughs were done on the hardcore difficulty, and the farthest I got was the second DLC on the second difficulty. So technically like halfway through that stuff, and the character that I managed to do it with was Vitality Conjurer. So yeah. When it comes to this build, you can access this build by typing !build or !devotion. !devotion, I'm going to explain it a bit. So I've done this place this particular command here, primarily for the beginner players who are going to be interested in trying this build out, for them to understand how they should level up devotions, like what after what is going to come, like. Because when you look at the build, you see the end picture, but you might not know how to get to that end picture. And that command is going to explain exactly how is the devotion stuff leveled and how you get to the end result. When it comes to skills distribution, stat distribution, yes, of course, I will be utilizing like my own way of getting to those desired skill in this build. But later on, I think when I will reach like level 100, I will respec skills and stats to match exactly or something exactly to how the build looks like, how the skill distribution in the build looks like. But for now, and I think when leveling, you shouldn't really bother too much with how you will going to put points in what skills. It comes to personal preferences. I'm going to show you like how I have placed the skills. Something like this. And something like this. So it's definitely up to you. Yeah, when it comes to hardcore, since this is softcore, you can allow yourself to play like a bit reckless, to play with more squishy characters. With hardcore, especially for a beginner player, you have to do it like step by step to know exactly because the more experienced players have already given taught to how the builds should look like and how you should level them up. And if you are not feeling like comfortable enough with the fact that you might lose your character because you have leveled up your skills wrong, then you should follow like the exact how the skill should be leveled. Basically play by the book, and at least until you get like really familiar with all of the mechanics, with how the game work, with how safe you should play and all that kind of stuff. Hardcore is definitely a place where you are given only one chance, and only one chance for a character. So if you die once, start from the beginning. When we are taking into account softcore, you can allow yourself to respec, do this, do that, see how that works, and have much more room to breathe. On hardcore, no sir, you have to play like very carefully and have a plan in front of you, like how you should play and level up your character. Because otherwise you're going to have to see the first act of the game pretty often. Not gonna lie, it's that brutal. And unlike, let's say, Diablo, if your character dies on hardcore, he is not being transferred to softcore. So it's that brutal. Additionally, I would also like to say that for some beginner-friendly content that might teach the newcomers to this game about something about monster totems that are quite frequently being placed in locations while you are leveling up. My brother had made several videos that were going to explain you stuff about monster totems, about different bosses' dangerous attacks, how you should avoid them, how you should approach them, and all that kind of stuff, like what attacks do, and some other beginner-friendly content videos that for those of you who just picked up this game and want to give it a shot, this might be interesting for you, in case you are the kind of person who doesn't like to test everything out on your own skin. If you want to come prepare for certain situations, you can check them out if you'd like. Link to the YouTube channel is placed in the Twitch tab section, so you would know where to look for. Additionally, if you are interested in the schedule for our streams, for when I stream or my brother streams, what kind of game do we stream, and so on and so forth. And you can see the schedule, the exact schedule for it, also in the Twitch tab sections. So, for the most part, it's going to be kind of it for the intermission. We will going to continue on. We will going to dive into the first DLC for this game. I've started it already on the previous stream, but today we're going to continue on. Yeah, second difficulty is going to, I believe Elite is like second difficulty. It can be easy at some points, but at certain situations it's going to be a bit harder than your first difficulty. Especially for the boss part. Boss and some elites, I guess. But bosses will going to be to pose extra threat. I should say it like this. Okay, so when it comes to the first DLC, I already cleared the dungeon where you fight against... I forgot the name of it, but basically I've cleared this forest, let's say forest dungeon. The Grove, where you fight against Gargabol. So that thing is out of the way, and it's good that it is, because now I can simply focus on just progressing through other areas. And since now my poison and acid resistances are higher, I shouldn't be damaged as much by the poison as I was yesterday when we just started this DLC. For the beginner players, I guess I would be correct to say that it isn't recommended. If you are planning on playing hardcore, I wouldn't actually recommend you to pick this class, primarily because at the initial leveling you will going to have problems with tankiness, because this character is quite squishy. He isn't what you would call like hardcore friendly, and definitely if you are planning on taking hardcore, I guess something that has something like a vitality caster or something that is tanky, like a full tank, would be more I'd say beginner friendly for hardcore than something like this. Because yeah, this build has damage, but at the same time, I wouldn't say that it's the tankiest and the safest build that you can find. I've personally picked it up because I wanted to play this game with something that shoots, and with 2 pistols, and there were 2 options to try out, to go either with Tactician or with the Purifier. And I've decided to go with the Purifier. Quite a funny build, especially if you like to utilize range weapons. There are builds where you can go with like 1 range weapon and a shield. More tanky, I should say, setup. But I've decided to go just all in on the damage department. And picked up something that has 2 pistols. Dual wield with pistols.
That skill's not ready.
I especially like the fact about this class is that basically now every time I shoot with my fire strike, I get to proc something. Whether it be a weapon pool skill or some kind of a modification for the fire strike. Every single shot, something will gonna fly from it.
Can't do that yet.
And especially when you are taking into consideration the fact that you also have this stuff from the Demolitionist. Let me show it. The Brimstone, which has a shotgun spread effect. Every time you hit an opponent with a projectile, it's going to shoot additional 5 to 7 fragments in a circle that will going to hit other enemies as well. That thing easily covers up the AoE stuff against big groups of enemies. Okay, I think I'll go this way first and then towards the monster totem.
Can't do that yet.
Some interesting legendary or fire demolition. Fire, basically it's fire burn plus attack speed +2 to Oathkeeper and Demolitionist. Oh boy. Not really sure if it's useful, because I wasn't playing a two-handed weapon Demolitionist, but maybe it can work. Okay, we will go this way to fight a side boss. It's one of those side areas. The boss is going to look pretty much exactly like the one that we've killed at the end of the main campaign. But he is more threatening. There are several things about this boss that is definitely a threat. Like those projectiles. He is also going to spawn some enemies of his. Okay, as soon as I change position, he changes the place where he places his whirlpools. Standing in them can result into dead end for your character. Yes, and I was standing in all of the projectiles. Unfortunately. Okay. Should have opened the small portal there. So in case if I die, I won't have to run there. But completely forgot to do so. Okay, I'm going to place my portal somewhere around here. Hopefully I ain't going to die a second time. Ow, that hurt. No, still died. Finally. Well, died a couple of times on him. Would be definitely a bad thing if it was something hardcore related, because, yeah, one dead, go back to the beginning, but here it was just unfortunate.
I can't do that yet.
We are almost done with the swamp area. It's going to be this location and another one, and then it's going to be it for the swamp.
I can't do that yet.
Actually, no, there is going to be like one location. Yeah, we are... We are almost near the... near this barrel home. Yeah, and as you've seen with that boss that we just fought and died on him a couple of times, it isn't enough to have those like resistances capped or overcapped, and the seal is also not enough to keep you alive. So for that particular purposes, I could have utilized that crystal I was talking about. It would give 75% damage reduction.
That skill's not ready.
Or not, like... because he was, despite all the resistances as well as the seal, he was still doing decent amount of damage. Managed to kill me a couple of times.
I don't know who.
But it's still... he still was taken down. Okay, I am shooting into nothing. Okay, the inventory is still not full,
Can't do that yet.
so I don't have to worry about that. Definitely a nice addition to this kind of DLC was the fact that, well, if we compare the swamp areas that we had in the main campaign to this, here they've decided to go with making the swamp way different by adding, but well, monsters aside, by adding
That skill's not ready.
visually impressive backgrounds.
That skill's not ready. Can't do that yet.
It's pretty fast to clear enemy packs with this kind of character, but because I'm following my habit of when I play such kind of games, I try to clear everything on the map. It's not a necessity, it's just how I am used to already to this kind of playstyle. It takes more time to do so, but it's just a personal preference.
Can't do that yet.
It is most definitely not needed, and if you are playing it differently, it's totally okay.
I can't do that yet.
But I'm used to play like this ever since the first like action RPGs, Nox, Diablo 2, Diablo 1. I was doing pretty much the same thing. I will repeat that this is not a necessity or the proper way to play. It's just the way I'm used to play it. Okay, so now we need to find a Wendigo spirit for that side quest. As far as I remember, let's see. Tomb of... Okay. We haven't been there yet. Wow, he tanked a lot of shots. Okay, I wasn't planning to click on there. It was a mistake, most definitely. Some of them just gets blown up in seconds, other take more time. Guess it has to do with like crits and the distance that I'm from them, because apparently like with this class, unlike you would initially think, well, playing something range means that once the enemy get close to you, you will going to be in a disadvantage. Well, with this class I see the closer they are to you, yeah, you will going to receive more damage for sure.
I can't do that yet.
But at the same time, you will going to do more to them as well. Considering how Inquisitor Ultimate works.
That skill's not ready.
With resistance reduction as well as the burn damage that it does. If the enemies gets close to you, they will going to also receive more damage in return.
That skill's not ready.
Oh wow, it died already. I forgot it doesn't have phase 2 or anything like that. This is probably, if I remember correctly, it's another quest enemy that you have to slay
That skill's
to
not
get quest item that you later on exchange for completing the quest. Actually, I want to go and complete those quests.
I'll keep your stash safe.
I wasn't planning on taking all of them.
I'll
Okay.
hold on to that for you.
So I'll be able to complete several quests. More experience. More experience, more...
I can't do that yet.
more skill points. Except I still didn't get a level up. Okay. Do I need to sell stuff? I might as well, since I'm here.
I'll give you a good price on what I've got left.
Once again, looking for fire, elemental, for some attack speed, resistances. For sure. Those are the stats I am most interested in. I guess I'll keep it. Just because it's some kind of an item that I haven't encountered before. And it actually has 100% chance on critical attack skill. Rain of Fire. Wow. This one has more damage when it comes to like fire and burn, but it will not going to... But then... And again... No, I will lose Pierce. Ah. No thanks. Thanks, but no thanks. I want to keep my resistances as balanced out as possible. Fire, lightning. Fire resistant, lightning resistance. But doesn't have burn. Mine also has ether resist. So nope, not gonna take it. Okay, what's this? Pierce, fire, cold, oh, no, 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 no. Looks interesting, but nah. Way too many damage types that I don't really need. And the ones that I need have not a good percent amount. Fire, chaos, bleeding poison. Nah. Not good. Not good enough.
Iron well spent. Got something you need stashed?
Okay, I wanted to place this in my own inventory, so let's do it and continue on. Maybe from this quest I will get level up. I should probably get a level up. Yes. Good thing. It will not gonna give... Okay. 1 second. I will double check. I guess I shouldn't... I shouldn't go overboard. No, I should. Okay. Okay then. Then I will going to max it out, like completely. Okay, so nothing here. We just go straight to the next area. I'm also going to sign with that faction in Barrowholm. Despite the fact that I know, like, lore-wise, about what are they doing here,
That skill's not ready.
what's the mystery behind them.
My wares.
Welcome, traveler. I hope the day finds you great. Oh, cutting right through the formalities there. I'm glad you...
Okay, so now they will going to give me a bunch of quests.
A blessed welcome.
I can't do that yet.
Not really. I'm just signing in with them just to get option to buy loot for other possible characters who might use some vitality types of damage. I actually do know exactly what kind of stuff are they doing, and the fact that they are they are basically cannibals. And in the cellar they have some nasty stuff going in there. As well as in here you can fight against one of those like Uber bosses. I'm calling it like them. The names for those kinds of bosses are different.
Welcome to Barrowholm.
Okay.
That skill's not ready.
I know for sure there is a possibility for you to sign both with them as well as with the Coven of Witches. By helping like both sides. But I guess for one character it's going to be like enough for softcore related stuff so that I can then be able to buy items from them and use them on other characters who are going to benefit from something vitality related, vitality damage or bleeding.
I can't do that yet.
Okay, there is nothing
That skill's
here,
not ready.
so we're just going to proceed upwards. By the way, this path is going to later on lead towards where you need to go for the main quest. And as you can see on the background, you have those ethereal terraformers who are doing their job at terraforming environment so that it suits ethereal creatures more. It's also interesting enough, like Malmouth was attacked by those ethereals and all that kind of stuff, but when you compare the stuff that you're going to see there and the stuff that you see in Port Velvery, my personal opinion, in Port Velvery there is kind of more of that ethereal stuff going on. Maybe it's because there you are kind of not that late into the party and the party is just started. But
That skill's
yeah,
not ready.
for some reason there's like more ethereal stuff related in Port Velvery than it is in Malmouth. Okay, so when you are not signing with them, those poor fellows might survive, but basically what you are doing right now is sending them to their demise. Because that whole village is full of cannibals. And they are not planning on helping them, they are planning on just straight up doing what cannibals are doing. when you are reading through like all of those lore notes and you are exploring, it's easy to realize what they're up to. Because you're going to find specific information that is going to tell you basically everything you need to know about that barrow home and its inhabitants. Yeah, and I can see that starting from like level 69 or level 70, you'll gain like little experience from the enemies that you fight. Even under the experience potion, it's still like... Yeah, the bar is... XP bar fills up, but slowly. But then again, it's just because of the fact that you exceed the experience threshold that you would normally be able to finish the first difficulty on. So yeah, on other difficulties it's going to be better, that's for sure. But as of for now, we get what we get.
That skill's not ready.
On the plus side, we got the skills that we wanted. I mean, those last skills like Brimstone and Inquisitor ultimate ability. So those things are definitely speeding up the process of clearing enemies. And now we can work on everything else that remains.
can't do that yet. That skill's not ready.
Okay, so we TP back into here and let's take that path. This is the place that you normally, if you are not signing with them, you will not gonna be able to get in there. But when you sign with them, you will going to see what it is in there that they are hiding behind that locked door.
That skill's not ready.
They are hiding some skeletons in there.
Can't do that yet.
Even my aura can proc that meteor that I have from this relic, which is good stuff, and it procs quite often. For a 20% chance, quite often. Nothing here, so the only like way that we need to explore is here.
I can't do that yet.
I'm liking the offensive output that this character is capable of.
I can't do that yet.
For leveling, it's quite impressive. Though the defense part is definitely lackluster, I should say. Yeah, you have the seal, but not every problem can be solved with it. So you definitely have to watch out for those dangerous attacks. Yeah, I have it. I have it only leveled up like once, and 2 I got via the bonuses. Everything that's basically everything that's will going to grant me at least some kind of survivability would be a great thing.
I can't do that yet.
Because yeah, you can do damage, but if you are dead, you are not gonna be able to do that kind of damage that you are thinking that you are definitely capable of doing.
I can't do that yet.
Yeah, since it's my first time playing as a purifier, it most definitely will going to take some time to get used to the class. Great thing about it, I am having lots of fun with that class.
A blessed well.
Okay, done with those quests. Now to go here.
I am so pleased that I am thoroughly pleased to hear that you've been mingling among. Yes, our protector, our guiding star through the tumultuous chaos. Once we were lost and died. We've always had tense relations with the nearby gathering of witches.
Okay, with her you will going to have a possibility to basically inform her about the fact that they are going to try and kill her. I'm remembering, like, where should I TP? I guess I'll TP somewhere around here. And she's there, yeah. So you can inform her. Unfortunately, she's going to
That skill's not ready.
get captured and killed anyway. And those totems are going to start doing damage to you as well.
I don't know who you are, but please leave.
Okay. So done with that quest. Now to go here, yes.
You've returned. You chose to negotiate, and now the altar of Ratosh is a rare place in Cairn where one can pierce the veil. Now that you have what you ever since the Ugdumbog fetish was stolen.
Oh, I have everything already.
Do you have the perfect deep beneath Ugdumbog? Good. Perhaps you will find.
Wow. So many quests in just one continuous loop, I should say it like this. I got what I need from here.
That skill's not ready.
Now I am going to... I also can go and check there. There are a bunch of monsters there, so I might...
Have you dealt with that pest yet? So the eve of Ravager's return will soon be upon us, and the Wendigo's hunger...
Okay, so now I need to clear those Wendigos. They are at the specific locations. That's what I am most certain about. Okay, I am going to be checking this stuff. Okay. Just to know exactly where to look at. Okay. Walt. Nice. Now I know where to look. They are all in this location, so we will going to go there now.
I can't do that yet.
Though I think I went the wrong way. 1, 2, 3. Okay. I'm not there yet. Yeah, there is the first one. Okay, one down. 2 more to go. This one is in Ogdenbach. Okay. In case if you do not know like exact location of where stuff is, there is a chance for you to utilize wiki in case you do not want to like go and explore to find them yourself. There is always that kind of chance. And actually, he's not here, so he's going to be in a different place. Olivia. Okay. From Barrelhole.
That skill's not ready.
Okay, there is the second one. The second one is down, only the last one that is remaining, and it's going to be either... Okay, either here... Right. Guess... Oh, there it is. Like this place. So I TP'd to the wrong place. From here it's faster. That's in case if he is going to be there.
Goradia speaks of your...
Okay, with this quest we're going to start later on. Okay, he is not here. So then he's going to be at this spot. Right. Let's check the other one. Now, once again, I went to the wrong one. This one. Yeah, and he should be somewhere around there. Wait. Yes. He should be here, but he isn't. Yeah, it's this place, but he isn't there. And he wasn't there either. He should be either here or he should be... He should be somewhere around here. And it just so happens that in neither places he's absent. In both of them.
That skill's not ready.
I'm gonna double check, and if he is not going to be present, I'm just going to...
That skill's not ready.
reload. No, there he is. Okay.
The stench of rotting hearts follows you up. Yes. We would
Yeah, as
not
you
want to
see...
waste a perfectly good corpse now, would we?
We informed her, but...
Ravager will enjoy her heart.
We informed her, but they still managed to kill her. Because they probably knew that trusting you was not the greatest idea, and they decided to take basically to do the stuff themselves.
The stench of rotting. Yes, these should satisfy Oh, it's you. I was hoping you would never return, so that I may resist the urge to... It is Ravager. I do not know what I had done to scorn the Great One, but here, on the hour of his imminent return, the spirit demanded that the honor of select... Although it pains me to lose an acolyte, it truly does, it is ultimately the will of Ravager.
Select the chosen for the Ravager.
All of our efforts, all of our sacrifices have come to this moment. Blood shall spill and we shall feast upon flesh.
A massive burden and honor has been placed. Who shall serve as the Ravager's flesh? He is brash and prone to anger, but those emotions can serve Ravager well. I will proceed with the ceremony then. Who shall serve as... Yes, young Orin is ambitious, and her mind has already served Ravager well. May it continue to serve him in her death. I will proceed with the ceremony then. Who shall serve as the Yes, young Orin...
Okay. And here is your Ravager, which, by the way, you can fight this thing, much like you can fight McDragon.
What is this little thing that stands before me?
Okay. So the thing is, you can fight him, but he is a boss that you should approach level 100 when you are going to have proper gear and all that kind of stuff, because he's no joke.
Can't do that yet.
And that's one of those Celestials, or how are they called here? Uber bosses, or that kind of stuff.
It's locked.
I still cannot get in there. Well, it doesn't really matter now that we have finished with this quest. Actually, I haven't done this quest for a long. Why? Legion Retribution. It has with... Okay, yeah, I was thinking, like, what kind of quest have I forgotten to do? And it just so happens that this is the quest that I have forgotten. It's the final quest with Black Legion.
See anything you like?
You know that green area? Well, in case if you don't know, I will going to show it to you in a moment when I will going to sell these items that I've collected. A lot of stuff that just doesn't fit my build archetype, because I need fire and because I need elemental, and also for it to have decent resistances. Well, it's not like I'm specifically grinding for some items. To be honest, when I was even like playing hardcore, I wasn't grinding for specific items while leveling. So by items, I mean specific gear pieces. Maybe it was a mistake of mine. Maybe not.
See you around.
I know for a fact that for the last difficulty, Absolute, you have to spend some time and farm for items so that you would be like prepared for tackling that last difficulty. But as of for now, we are okay with self-found gear. Let's put it this way. The stuff that we collect is currently way more than enough for us. And I again failed because I wanted to throw it in a different spot. There you go. On cell-phone gear, it's okay for us right now. Later on, for sure, I will be looking for some specific items that are related to... somehow related to the endgame version of the build. But not right now. Okay, so here's the place where I need to do the quests. It has to do something with Black Legion, their final reputation quest.
That skill's not ready.
Once again, the place is not going to be that long. This location, I mean. But you have to be careful with Ether Ground. Do not stay in it for too long. Do not suffer the consequences. I almost died there. Holy.
That skill's not ready.
Environmental damage in this game is just over the top. It can catch off guard beginner players. Might be thinking, well, I'm just going to build resistances and it will not going to do anything to me. Well, I would say that this kind of approach would have like, it seems that this kind of approach is relevant when it comes to, like, well, you are getting damaged by the Ether Ground, which means you will going to need Ether Resistance to negate that damage. Nope, not really. Doesn't work that way. Consider this stuff as some kind of a lava thing that will going, that for you to not to get killed, the best approach is not to stand there for too long. Granted, there is no reason to stand in those ether areas. And if you have to run through them, plan your pathing accordingly so that you would not stand in there for too long. So that was a quest with Black Legion. Now I am going to go back and finish the quest. Though I think I'm going the wrong way. Am I? Yes, I am. Yes. It's not here. Guess it's for Fort Icon, or I just missed it. No, it's here. Nice. So the last thing with them to do is to get to revered status. And now the interesting part begins, which is first to complete the quest with witches. Here... No, it's here, yeah. They were going to ask you to activate a couple of those.
Goradius. At least it appears yeah, not far.
You need to destroy those things. They are all near here. So basically you destroy those spirits and proceed onwards. And you need to do this in time, and you need to do it 3 times in 3 different places. Not 3 times, but in 3 different places.
That skill's not ready.
Hopefully I will remember their exact positions.
I can't do that yet.
Without looking at wiki. I'm only missing one. East. The one that is to the east. There it is. Okay, I get your frustration with the fact that you would have to unlock this elite difficulty again. Yeah. My guess is that you are probably playing on
Everything is in.
probably playing on hardcore or starting a new character. Okay, I guess I'm done doing quests with them. Yep. So I'm done doing quests with them.
Come see what's left of my wares.
And I'm actually revered with this faction as well. But the stuff that they will give is for level 90. So I still have a very long way to go until level 90. Fire, burn, offensive, vitality resistant, chaos resistance. It looks okay. But I have to do stuff with... So there is a beer stuff, right?
Iron well spent.
Yeah, hardcore is definitely something that test them, like, mental resistance when you are losing yet another character over and over again and have to start like start from scratch. Oh yeah. Dynamite and some resources for crafting are definitely they are important. Yeah, that can be also the thing. Well, some people are chasing the more challenging stuff. Hardcore fits the purpose for extra challenging yourself. But hardcore, not a lot of people are into it, and yeah, I can understand like both sides. In softcore, there is a lot of room to experiment without worrying too much about losing your character. In hardcore, there is this fact that you cannot really allow yourself to do this stuff that you would normally do on softcore. Both sides are possible, I get that. I myself have like initial playthroughs of this game that I was doing on hardcore. Because I've played too much softcore in Diablo 3 and all that kind of stuff.
Can't do that.
Diablo 2 as well. So I was trying to challenge myself. It turned out to... Initially, it turned out to be a complete, like, catastrophe. Because I was trying to play not... utilizing... trying to make my own builds and stuff.
Can't do that yet.
It was a complete mess. Not knowing how mechanics are working, not knowing how to properly level up devotions and stuff, yeah. It was a complete mess. And because of constant failing and not knowing what am I doing, a lot of times I was losing my character, had to repeat Act 1 again. It can be as frustrating and it can be fun at the same time. Not too many people are into it though. Plus, you also have to consider the fact that on hardcore, not all of the builds that you would like to try are viable, meaning that survivability as well as specific builds are going to be very important. Something that would work on on softcore may not work there. That's pretty normal. I think it's pretty normal. Well, as the saying goes, better late than never. For that kind of situation. At least you've started to play it. The game has changed quite significantly. Yeah, sure thing. You never know. I like when you play hardcore, it's there is this kind of tension when you are approaching like a difficult fight. It just adds extra tension, like, oh my god, if I'm gonna mess up, I'm gonna lose my character. I'm gonna have to start over again. Come on, I'm not supposed to die here. On softcore, you can have this, especially when you are clearing one of those dungeons that's where you die, you have to start over the whole thing again. Craft another skeleton key and do it again. But you still get to maintain your character. It's not like he's going to vaporize.
Not ready.
And when it comes to like up-to-date builds, I guess to know whether or not it is up-to-date or not is to only look at when the build was made, like the date of it. The build that I'm currently utilizing is the build that's like year 2020, so I guess you can consider it to be viable still. Though maybe even some old builds are still passable, considering the fact that not everything was nerfed. Yeah, about dying too much on softcore, it's also there, it's also present. You want to keep the amount of deaths to as few as possible. Not all builds will be capable of providing you that kind of...
Is that you, Mother? I'm sorry, but I'm an unfortunate accident, my Emperor. I'm afraid my left... As you command. The Lycorian and I had ourselves our final dance. Is that you, Mother? An unfortunate accident, my Emperor. I'm afraid my left arm will take... Wait. My mind is clearing of some haze. The void? That's ridiculous. Nothing living survives in the void. Are you an agent of... Yes. Yes, I remember now. The void. To Malmouth, I see.
Okay, so now we are going straight into the Malmouth. Yeah, but speaking about builds, even on softcore, yeah, there are several ways of beating a challenge. One, it is to just create a wall of dead bodies of your character, and then later on it's going to be as high as the obstacle you want to pass through, and you will be able to pass through it eventually by climbing over your dead bodies. And then there is the hard way, I guess, to try to pass the challenge with dying as few times as possible. Like, even though there is a possibility for you to die, I guess restricting yourself to dying as few times as possible can increase your knowledge of how certain things in the game work. But granted, a lot of it will also gonna come to the build you are playing. I was taking there way too much enemies. Currently with this build I've died already 7 times. If it was hardcore, that would mean like 7 deaths, and honestly, that would also mean that I would have lost a lot of gear and stuff. But I don't necessarily... when I lose a character on hardcore, yeah, it sucks to lose a character there. But then again, sometimes you lose him because of your own mistakes. Definitely. Sometimes you were not careful. I'm not from Russia, I am from Moldova, but I do know Russian language. Russian is my main one. English is the second language.
That skill's not ready.
Yep, you are correct. It's right in between them.
It's good to see the... You're right. Oh, to the north is Malmouth. Of that, I am sure. But it seems we're not the...
That skill's not ready.
Wow, poor cultist. They're pretty much just vaporizing. Funny enough, when you are initially in Act 1, you are fighting against the cultists for the first time. They are kinda threatening. But then you get to this location. Like, let me show it. So, to the Blood Grove. And when you get there, those cultists are pretty much cannon fodder. They just die instantly without posing any threat whatsoever.
Can't do that.
Like here, lore-wise, I can get it. Like, you and Black Legion were capable of defeating their god that they wanted to summon. You stopped their plans, and now they are in... Now they are weak, do not have as much firepower behind them as they used to. But just as you were getting to that Blood Grove, they were still kind of powerful. But I guess I'm diving into the lore too much.
That skill's not ready. That skill's not ready.
Lightning Shaman, you mean you are using Primal Strike as your main attack skill, or you are using like Storm Totems and Storm Spirits? Primal Strike drains a lot of mana initially, but I guess... That's kind of strange. When I was playing Primal Strike Shaman, I went with Shaman Inquisitor class combination. Initially, I had mana problems when up until I reached like something. Though I lost my character, it was a hardcore run. I lost my character somewhere around when I went to Port Velbury, but I guess up until I reached Homestead, the mana issue should not be like that much. Like, the mana was depleting. I was losing mana at a decent speed, but I don't remember having some really noticeable issues when it comes to mana management. Maybe you can utilize in some of your trying to find or try to place something with mana regeneration in your gear, but usually usually shouldn't really have that much of a mana issues. I know that there are also some devotions that can fix mana management. Something like Lotus with an energy regeneration, as well as what also is there. There is another like devotion that can give more MP regeneration for you. If it was a class like Albrecht Ray Mage, then I would kind of get the point of losing mana too fast. It's one of the most consuming skills in the game. But with Primal Strike, I guess you should follow like the suggestions that the people in stream chat are saying. They're having a bit more experience when it comes to that stuff.
I can't do that yet.
Okay, there is an NPC here that will going to give a quest. And this quest, we are capable of doing a part of this quest right in this rift.
Can't do that yet.
Okay, so with those enemies that are here, once again, they will going to mostly do some chaos, vitality, as well as... let's see, they are doing quite good physical damage now. But when it comes to resistances, chaos, vitality, and resistant to bleed, I guess, should be good enough for this particular type of enemies. Keeping armor as well as defensive ability high enough is also a good thing. Because all of those things are working together when it comes to your survivability.
That skill's not ready.
Maybe it lacked a little bit of resistance reduction in form of Devouring Swarm, for example. That thing can also boost the damage of your lightning totem. Though it might be. Does Devouring Swarm actually cuts all elemental resistances, or just for Vitality? I guess it's for Vitality. If that's so, my bad. I remember that Shaman should have something that can boost his damage from lightning. And just overall, Storm Totem is an addition to... Yeah, totems are an addition to the other skills. For example, Wind Devils. Because those who are using those Storm Totems, Lightning Storm Totems, would want to use something that would reduce elemental resistances, something like Wind Devils. Basically resistance reduction that is percent base. For example, for my Inquisitor, I have, you see, elemental resistance minus 30%, which means that it will going to cut resistances of your opponents by 30%, elemental resistances, such as those like fire, cold, and lightning. So all of this stuff will be cut in 30%. That's what that resistance reduction percent means. Yeah, having good amount of those resistance reduction abilities, or some ways in which you can reduce the defense of the enemy to the type of damage you are doing, is going to boost your damage very high. It's basically the same thing that can apply to your character. Well, you're going to have certain amount of resistances, but enemies will also going to have those debuffs or attacks that will going to reduce that amount of defense that you have, and thus you will going to start receiving more damage because of it.
Do that yet.
So definitely when you are building any kind of build, you should have something that will going to cut those resistances. Otherwise, you will going to do very small amount of damage. There are constellations in the devotion tree that can reduce resistances.
I can't do that yet.
And all of that is... you should view it as one, like... every part of it is related to another. So if you want more damage, you are not just... it's not enough to just have like damage on items. Yeah, damage on items is good, like in my case it's going to be like fire and elemental, because I am doing those kinds of damage. But I also am cutting down resistances with devotion setup, as well as with some of the skills in my build. Yes, yes it does. There are separate modifiers to different type of elemental damage. Like there is plus to fire, or plus to cold, or plus to lightning. But then there is also plus to elemental damage. Right here I have, for example, fire and elemental. And elemental will going to boost damage that comes from fire, lightning, and cold simultaneously.
My inventory is full.
Wow, way too many items. Gonna sell them all, and then gonna keep going until I get towards the waypoint, to which I can TP later on when I will going to continue on this playthrough, but it's going to be on another stream. Still looking for items that will gonna give me fire, elemental, as well as some attack speed maybe, and good amount of resistances. Unfortunately, I can find like everything, but not that. Not the stuff that I look for. Okay, maybe this. Maybe. I'll put it here for now. Hold up a second. Fire, lightning.
Iron well spent.
Okay, time to finish clearing that location. Gotta find the waypoint.
That skill's not ready.
Okay, fire rounds, not the fire rounds, brimstone is currently 20 because I have a lot of those bonus to skills. I basically have like +8 when it comes to gear that gives me like +2 skills. Okay, not bad at all. And it's not that far till I will going to actually start leveling up Inquisitor Seal more, as well as Word of Renewal. This is going to boost the defense as well as offense. Because it's just such an amazing skill to have.
I can't do that yet. not ready. I can't do that yet. I can't do that yet.
Okay, there is nothing there. Forgot to put a couple of points into physique.
That skill's not ready.
The end game stat point distribution for this particular build says that I need to put like everything into physique. Like all of the points that I will going to accumulate are gonna go towards physique. For now, I distributed them differently, primarily for the purpose of being able to equip certain gear pieces, and I will going to change it to how it's supposed to be, as well as like skills, skill distribution. Yeah, I will going to change it. I guess dynamite is craftable in Homestead, blacksmith. It's where you craft components. There you can find the dynamite. You can even... usually I craft it in Homestead. So yeah, it might be the fact that it's not in Devil's Crossing.
I can't do that yet. That skill's not ready. That skill's not ready.
I do wonder, where is the waypoint? It should be in this area, but I guess we haven't reached it yet. Material abominations are still tanky. Granted, I am capable of freezing them as well as keeping them at place, so they are not that threatening right now. Resistance-wise, I think for this particular place, you would want to go with, once again, more Ether. Ether and Lightning. Lightning and Ice. They are doing all of that stuff to you, so I guess
Can't do that yet.
you wouldn't You wouldn't make a mistake if you would bring something like that. So, have you managed to find the dynamite? Or is it just absent? But I'm pretty sure it's been homestead.
That skill's not ready.
Nicely done.
I can't do that yet. That skill's not ready.
So what are we going to be aiming at when it comes to the next skill that I'm going to work on? It can be either Word of Renewal as well as its modifiers, or it can be Inquisitor Seal. I'm pretty sure that I will going to jump here, because I also need to work on Deadly Aim as well, because I can see that it procs pretty much like constantly, multiple times in one battle. I can utilize it, I can proc it. That's how much, how often I crit. But I guess I want to work a little bit on survivability. Which is going to be either Word of Renewal or the Seal.
I can't do that yet.
Okay. So we'll get to the portal, and we're going to finish for today. Okay, so TP back to Devil's Crossing, as usual. And we will going to finish today's stream session here. We've done a lot of progress, completed a lot of quests, crafted / found a lot of items. Finally got myself towards the skill that I wanted, maxed the skill that I wanted. Basically, I've done all of the stuff that I desired to do for today's stream session. Luckily, managed to also complete the quest that I couldn't do on the previous stream due to the teleporting issue that there was present with constant loading screens. Today I managed to do it. It was fun, with a lot of interactions with the stream chat, to which I am honored. I am honored to the fact that you are showing interest, you are participating with questions, with just chatting and all that kind of stuff. To me, it's way more than enough. It means that there is interest from people. Also, thank you for the following. I appreciate that. Gonna be waiting you and everyone else on another stream of mine that is going to be yet again dedicated to continue on with my progression in leveling this character, to see what heights I can achieve, and to see how is it going to change throughout the process of me getting closer to the level 100 and getting more, better gear, and just having fun with the character itself. In case if you will be interested in looking for some beginner-friendly Grim Dawn content dedicated to monster totems, as well as some bosses' dangerous attacks that you should expect, or avoid them, or just know what they are doing, there are videos about that on our channel, as well as some other beginner-friendly Grim Dawn content. So, link to the YouTube channel is provided in Twitch tab section, as well as links to social medias, Twitter, Facebook, as well as Instagram. So if you are interested in that particular thing, to know the information like firsthand, to know how to contact us, you can follow us on social medias as well. Decision is up to you, so no one forces you. It's okay. Yeah, about devotion shrines. You will, in case if you will going to miss some devotion shrines in the first or second difficulty, you can, if you miss some in first difficulty, on second difficulty you can collect new ones are going to be, not the new ones, but the location for devotion shrines is going to be pretty much always the same, only on absolute difficulty, which is the third difficulty, the new one will appear in certain places. Like, for example, where I fought that tentacle boss in the swamp, on the third difficulty there will be extra shrine there, but for the most part they will be just for... If I remember correctly, I maxed out my devotions, like I got 55 out of 55, somewhere in the middle of the second difficulty. Yeah, so it's not going to be that hard to find them. Well, maybe those that are in like that are hide behind the reputation stuff, and maybe some in like secret passages. Maybe in those places you might miss them, but those shrines that you're going to meet throughout the campaign, they are always there, so it's hard to miss them. But even if in case someone is going to miss them, there is always a chance to collect them or to use the spare shrines on next difficulties. So you're never going to be short on those devotion points. Where was I? Yes, so when it comes to the schedule, you can view the schedule in our Twitch channel tab sections, so that you would know when to expect and what kind of game to expect, at what time, etc. So that thing is also present there. For the most part, that's going to be it for today's stream conclusion. And do not forget that you can also cheer, subscribe to our Twitch channel with Twitch Prime or with regular subscription. Those will going to give you bonuses such as emotes, icons, as well as collectibles for different games. And you can utilize Patreon for the direct donations and receive some interesting rewards there. content ahead of schedule, as well as never before seeing content, as well as mentioning your name in edited videos that are going to come in the future, and many more. So once again, it's all voluntarily, so no one is going to be forcing you to do anything. It's on your own and personal accord. If you want to do this, you can do this. If you don't want to, you don't. Additionally, there is one more thing, which is spreading the word, and it's probably the easiest thing to do. If you know, like, the people who might be interested in that kind of content, you can spread the word and invite them also to watch either this stream or some of those other videos that we are making. So anyway, thank you for today's stream, thank you for today's participation, for the followings, for your interest. I am grateful and I am wishing you all the best. Have a great time. Enjoy the game that you are playing. Have fun with it. In case you're going to have questions, ask them. And take care of yourselves. Take care of your health, of the health of your relatives, and we'll be seeing each other on the next stream. Take care, guys.